Alright, welcome back everybody. Happy Saturday. Oh, you know what? I forgot to post this on Twitter and Discord. I mean, I don't know, like, I try to do this every time, but I don't know. I feel like if somebody wanted to know if I was live, they could just check my channel, you know what I mean? Alright, so we are back to FF16, of course. Hunt board marks. Oh, okay. where I last saved, they just want to start me off right in a fight. That's cool. Cool. All right, so since the okay. So the game just really loud. That's so weird because usually I have a problem with the game being too quiet. But maybe it's my headset. Okay, so because I unlocked Dalmekia as an area last stream, there was a bunch of new hunt marks. Okay. Yeah, I mean, according to Streamlabs, the sound isn't too bad. Like, it's right where it should be. But it sounded really loud to me. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take care of all these hunt marks first. Hunt board marks first. So, yeah, as I was saying, because I unlocked Dalmekia as an area last time, a whole bunch of new stuff showed up. But I think there were only a couple of side quests in the Dalamil Inn that I already did at the end of last stream. But there are a bunch of new hunt board marks when I came back to the hideaway. So, oh, he's got something new to say about his adventures. Ask about Nectar's adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time I took a trip to the islands west of Storm?
You mean the Iron Kingdom?
Is that what you call them, Kupo? In Moogle tongue, we call them the Smithies, and that strait separates them from the mainland, the Quench. I was adventuring... Oh, Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I literally just started. I'm not even 5 minutes in. Thank you so much for the raid. Okay, hold on. Since my shoutouts are working now. Oh, you know what, though? I forgot to... because the shoutout command doesn't... I guess it doesn't work for... YouTube, because every time I do the shout out, it says, like, it's supposed to say what game you played last, because I had it set up for Twitch, but then every time I do it on YouTube it says NA. I think it's gonna do that this time. I got first like. Nice. First. Yeah, it says they're playing NA. What were you playing? How was your stream? Watch hours? Oh, you know what? I should make a watch hours command so that every time you come in here, LS, you can check. Okay, hold on. I will check for you. I promise I will look into my commands after this stream. Thank you so much for the raid so early on. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna send you a screenshot of this too. I know you don't think I'm lying, but I just want to make sure. Just you never know, you know. You like every day I see stories on Twitter coming out about people who like, you know, are streamers or content creators, and they did some shady stuff behind people's backs. They're just using people. So this is just to prove I am not lying, just so I can like get live redirects and raids and likes and whatever from you. Okay, so I am at 2,785 hours. Yeah, YouTube doesn't work for that. Okay, well, I mean, the least I could do is just say, check out this person's channel, and then just remove they're playing whatever. I got first like, oh boy. SnowRunner, it was awesome. What is SnowRunner? It sent me to Dirty's old stream, not Rebecca's. What? That's rude. Rebecca equals liar? No, I am not a liar. That's what I'm proving to you I'm not a liar. I'm rating you until you get partner. To be honest, I don't care what you say. You never do. I appreciate that though. Okay. All right. So, yes, we are talking to a Moogle. And I completely missed what he said because of your rate. So thanks for that, LS. Okay, did I ever tell you about the time I took a trip to the islands west of the storm?
You mean the Iron Kingdom?
Is that what you call them, Kupo? In Moogle tongue, we call them the Smithies, and the strait that separates them from the mainland, the Quench. I was adventuring down the Dalmekian coast when I saw bright lights and black shadows off in the offing, Kupo, so I flew off to take a closer look. Imagine my disappointment when I saw those lights and shadows weren't forges, but blighted rocks leaking lava. Still, from what I've learned of how locals treat strangers, it was probably for the best. I didn't get a chance to say good day. Okay, so this Moogle always talks way too fast for me to actually read aloud what he says, so I have to like skip over some stuff. Okay, so we are starting the stream off by doing some hunt marks. So I already killed this one, and I accidentally ran into this guy and killed him, and he's rank A. He was pretty tough, but not as good as me. So we've killed him. So we need to get this thing that looks like a scary tiger thing, a Grimalkin. I'm here to cause mayhem and get ours. Aren't we all? Okay, so I'm gonna write this down because it doesn't actually allow you to put this in your map or like log it or mark it for whatever reason. I think it's just to make it harder. So the category, really, you find this thing in the category and it looks like a cat. Dalmekia. I don't know where that is, but it should be marked on the map. Okay, so off the sickle to the road that leads from Dalamil to the jaw. Okay, so we're gonna go fight this thing. We like being sent here. It's a safe and warm, happy place. Aw, Cole. I appreciate that. Okay, the jaw. Okay, here's a sickle. Where's the cattery? And yes, this is always a safe place for you guys. Off the sickle to the road that leads from Dalamil to the jaw. What? Is that here? Okay, the cattery is not marked. Oh, right. So they don't let you play. They don't let you place markers when you're not actually in that map, which is kind of dumb. Off the sickle to the road that leads from Dalamil to the jaw. Well, this is the jaw. This is off the sickle. And this is leading to the Dalamil Inn. So I'm thinking it's like right here. Okay, so what's closer? The jaw or Dalamil Inn? I mean, it looks like they're around the same distance, but I think Dalamil Inn might be a better route. It's a cozy spot. I appreciate that, Miss Jelly. It is a cozy spot. I like to joke around a lot, but it really is a cozy spot here.
The finest fabric.
Take a sniff.
It's the post-LY rap party. Kitty, I know, but we're gonna go kill it. It's a mean kitty. Also like Bora Bora, but this is my second choice for happy, safe place. Second choice? How dare you? I'm always first choice. We don't do second place here. This is why I got a border collie. They're the #1 smartest dog. We're only #1 in my house. We're winners. I don't know. I feel like I've been over here before though, and there was another mark. But that's the only place from the description of the notice. That's the only place I feel like it could be. Off the sickle to the road. Off the sickle. So here's the sickle. So it's off the sickle. to the road that leads from Dalamil to the Jaw, which is this. I mean, I feel like this is the only place it could possibly be. Or wait a minute, it could be in one of these areas. You know what? We'll check over here though. Oh, where's my chocobo? That'll make things easier. Doggo photo name. Of course, I have like 3,000 pictures of my dog and videos. I can show you our 4th of July picture. His name is Jax. Oh, there's a big... Okay, there we go. Like a big glare from my light that's right there. You know what? I'll also show you the Easter picture. Even though that was like a year ago or a little over a year ago. We took it last year. But he is actually much bigger now than he was back then. So he's a giant border collie. So border collies are supposed to be 30 to 50 pounds. So like max they're 50 pounds. And he's 55 pounds. He's just a giant. But he is not a mix, because I was talking to somebody about this, because I was saying he was a big boy. And she was like, oh, is he a mix then if he's so big? And I'm like, no, because I got a DNA test on him. Oh, here he is holding a rose for Valentine's Day. I taught him to hold things in his mouth literally just for pictures. And I was like, no, I got him a DNA test and he's a border collie. He's just a giant freak of nature. 3,000 isn't enough. I agree. So cute. Thank you, Doggo. America. Yeah, 4th of July was fun. He had a fun time. I brought him to Austin. So this is him dressed up for... Really? This light. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see that. Okay. What if I turn off the... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try turning off the light. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay, so this is him for Lunar New Year last year. So if you don't know what Lunar New Year is, it's like Asian countries' New Year's. And they have these like lion dances where they dress up in costume, like people dress up in costumes just like these, and they do these dances for New Year's. A lot of people call it Chinese New Year, but that is not exactly accurate because many other countries other than China celebrate it. I am Chinese, so sometimes I do call it Chinese New Year, but it is not accurate. Okay, and here, proof that he's a... Oh, let me turn this off again. This is his DNA test. 73% border collie. So he's most definitely a border collie. I mean, he's got some other breeds. It's not like he's 100% border collie, but he is... It's not like he's some mix, you know? He's like border collie. He came from two... His parents were both border collies, both working border collies on a farm. So photogenic. What a pup. I know. He's a good boy. And, okay... Do I have his birthday pictures? Okay, so he recently turned 2. He turned 2. I do have his birthday pictures. So he turned 2. Okay, I gotta turn this off again. Okay, he turned 2 on June 29th. And he got this big old steak for it. And he really, really wanted that steak. He wanted it so bad. But I made him wait until I got all my pictures. But he was a good boy. He waited. He waited until I got all my pictures, and then I told him he could have it. Bigger than the Sheltie, yes. Yeah, Shelties are pretty small. So his dad herded horses at the farm that I got him at. So, you know, he had to be pretty large, I feel like, to be able to herd horses. Did you know that corgis are herding dogs? Like corgis? Like, what do they even herd? They're so tiny. Their legs are so short. What could they possibly herd? He waited like a good boy, I know. And so last year, I got him a cake for his first birthday. Like a dog cake. It was made of, you know, stuff that's safe for dogs to eat, but he didn't really like it. So here's the thing about him. Aw, I know, right? Here's the thing about my dog. He does not like fancy stuff. He doesn't like he doesn't like the fancy treats. He doesn't like the like gluten-free, wheat-free, small batch, made with love, like the dog bakery, carob, whatever. He likes meat and cheese. He doesn't like peanut butter. He doesn't like, I've never found any vegetables or fruit that he likes. He wants meat and he wants cheese. Okay, I don't think this is the place. This is a place I fought those bombs. I don't think this is not the cattery. This does not look like a place that one would call the cattery. So it can't be here. Okay, so anyway, yeah, the closer it is to like meat or cheese, the more he likes it. So those dog treats that are like that are kind of like biscuits or like cookies, those hard treats. I mean, he'll eat them, but he doesn't like them as much as like the ones that are made from meat that are like jerky. Okay, so I guess it could be here, somewhere around here. They heard cats or corgis. I guess that's the only thing they could heard. Like, at least border collies are a good size, you know? They're 30 to 50 pounds. They've got to be able to herd any kind of livestock. Like, there are some border collies out there that are herding cows. And, I mean, cows are what, like 1,000 pounds? You gotta be a pretty good size for a cow to listen to you. Yeah, like, do you think cows listen to corgis? And his dad was huge. Like, his dad was like 60 pounds. And he was super fluffy. And the lady at the farm, when I picked out my dog, because they had a couple of puppies there. Or, yeah, they had 4 puppies there when I went to pick them out. And, the lady at the farm was like, "Oh, you want that one? Well, he's gonna be big like his dad."
This one.
My dog is like, "I'll take all the fancy treats he doesn't want." I know, right? Like, I was really surprised. I was really surprised because I've never met a dog that didn't like the fancy stuff. Like, I'm used to every single dog I meet that will eat just everything. But my dog, I mean, I don't know. He comes from a farm, so maybe, you know, he's just a country boy. I miss the music from FF. Me too. There hasn't been a new FF in a while. I think FF15 was like, I want to say like 2015. It's been a long time. And I love that they made this very like traditional, like FFF, just FF. There's only 2 Fs. But they have a lot of like OG FF stuff in here. Like, they've got the Moogles, which I have not seen in a very long time. They have the names of like OG summons like Ifrit and Shiva, Rama, Titan, and then they have the names of all the original moves. So like Ifrit, which is, well, they call them icons in this game. But Ifrit, who is Clive's, so my character is Clive, so his summon is Ifrit. And he, like, well, I can't use it yet. I'm sure I'll eventually learn it, but Ifrit's traditional summon attack is called Hellfire. And there was another scene where Ifrit used Hellfire. And I was like, oh, that's the thing. That's the thing that they used to be in FF games. And they have like very OG Final Fantasy enemies. Like, they got the Marlboros, like the cigarette, but they renamed it. Okay, this is going into the jaw, I guess. That's not there. So they renamed it to like Marlboro or something. I guess, I don't know. Maybe they had problems with the name Marlboro because it's the name of a cigarette. Hello, hello. Get Awesome Gaming. Hi. How are you? Thanks so much for coming in. How's your weekend been? Knights of the Round. Yeah. Knights of the Round. But that the only time I've seen Knights of the Round is FF7. I don't know if it appears in any other game. And I've played most of them. I've played every Final Fantasy except for 1 through 3 and 11 and 14 because those are the MMO. 11 and 14 are the MMOs, and I don't really play those kinds of games. And then like some of you know the sequels and extra spin-offs and stuff I haven't played. But if we're just talking about main games, the only ones I haven't played are 1 to 3 and 11 and 14. But I do have 1 to 3 on my wish list on Steam, and I want to play those soon. However, the problem with those is that they don't have any voice acting. And whenever I stream games that have no voice acting and I have to read everything out loud, it like kills my voice. 7 and 7. Angel Dust. Wait, who was Angel Dust? Shiva was Diamond Dust. I remember Ifrit. Yeah, he's very OG. Tonberry. Yeah, I haven't seen a Tonberry in this game yet. But I think there were Tonberries in FF15. I don't know. I can't remember. Like I said, FF15 was like a long time ago. Okay, we're going into the sickle now. Let me check my notes again. Off the sickle to the road that leads from Dalamil to the Jaw. So maybe down this way? It looks like I've been that way though. Although, sometime... Wait, no, that's not true. I don't think. Yeah, that's not true. I was gonna say, sometimes I find marks before they show up on the... I was gonna say, maybe you don't find the mark until they show up on the board, but that isn't true. Because I killed one that wasn't on the board yet, and then it showed up on the board. Oh, I can't call my chocobo while I'm in Okay, I can't call my chocobo while I'm in battle. I guess that would be too easy. 8 and 8. That was a game I invested the most time in and from my childhood. Yeah. 8 was... Okay, well, to be honest, like, 8 was... It wasn't one of my favorites, but it wasn't like... I mean, I wouldn't really say there's any Final Fantasy that's, like, bad. There are just some that aren't as good as others. I think 8 was kind of a strange Final Fantasy. But I mean, it wasn't like a bad game. Tactics? Yeah, I played Tactics on... I can't remember. It was some handheld system. Yeah, Tactics was good. And then I've also played FF10 too. But I never played the sequel to 13. Although I did like 13 also. I know like everybody hated 13, but I liked 13. But it was also one of those games where, one of those FFs where I was like, okay, it maybe wasn't like as good as the others, but it's still good. But I do feel that this game is more traditionally Final Fantasy. Like they definitely went back to OG traditional Final Fantasy stuff. But I feel like that's the trend these days. You know, like everybody wants something nostalgic. I got the glitch at the 3rd disc. Oh, really? I'm sorry to hear that. So if you've noticed lately, oh, there it is, the Grimalkin. So if you've noticed lately, all like the latest movies and TV shows that are coming out, well, not literally all of them, but a lot of them, I've noticed are
Let me introduce you to mine.
There's a lot of like old stuff being rebooted or remade, or there's like a sequel to it. I feel like there's just a big nostalgia thing going on. So if you guys like Final Fantasy and you haven't played this, I would definitely recommend it. Although I wouldn't say it's like the best Final Fantasy, but it's really fun. I think it's, so the way I see it is it's kind of like an action game. Like you don't play it because it's like you don't, okay, so you don't see an action movie for the like cinematography and because it's like breaking ground in cinema, right? Like you watch it because they're fun. You just want to see some cool action stuff. This is like that, but in game form, in Final Fantasy form. Like it doesn't really do anything different. But is it fun? Yeah. I mean, like, look at this combat. Kitty, that is a kitty. One I'm gonna have to kill. Yes, because it's a safe financial bet. People will always buy into nostalgia, and our generation is buying into all of it. Yeah, but I feel like it was never such a big thing until recently. Although I mean, you're right. There's always been some nostalgia stuff, but I feel like it's like a huge trend now. Oh, and like Barbie, the Barbie movie that just came out. Like that's definitely part of that trend. And you know the show Walker? It's like a reboot of Walker Texas Ranger. It's a new show. Wait a minute. That Grimalkin just let all of its friends take the hits for it? Yeah, it looks awesome. I know, right? It definitely has very epic fights. Like, if you check out the stream from last night, at the very end, there's an insane fight that I did. Insane boss fight. You have to fight first of all, Clive here turns into Ifrit, which looks really cool. But then he has to fight Titan, who becomes like 100 times his size. That's kind of nostalgic, but it's an original film, the Barbie movie, yeah. But I think it's playing off of people's nostalgia. Hey Rebecca, how are you tonight? Hey Milbuster, I'm good, how are you? Just watched the Braves Brewers game. Milwaukee wins 4-3 on Fox. This Brewers kid with MLB debut, South Fralick, goes 3. Okay, hold on. Sorry, Milbuster. A little distracted right now. Let me finish killing this Grimalkin, and then I will read the update on the MLB. Yeah, this guy was easy, because he's only a rank C. But there's a rank S on the board. Okay. Self Relic goes 3-3 and family watching and stands. First round pick. Wow, nice. Grimalkin hide. Grimalkins have developed spots on their skin which render them nigh invisible as they prowl the arid savannas of Southern Storm. Said spots provide considerably less camouflage when prowling elsewhere, however, obtained by defeating Grimalkin. Whoa.
That wasn't too bad, was it, Toggle?
That was not bad. That was actually super easy compared to some of these other marks that we've hunted. Okay, so it was over here. Okay, so let's go back to the hideaway. Maybe we'll take on that rank S. I mean, so far this game has been...
What became of Kupka?
Pretty easy. I don't know how this rank S is gonna do, though.
We're seeing troops
I don't know how we're gonna do with this rank S one. Okay. Is this not discovered yet? Doesn't give me a location. Urgent notice to all curse breakers. Due to the discovery of a fallen giant in the Rosarian ruins we have lately been investigating, all work in the region is to be halted with immediate effect, and all members are to proceed no further than the village gate, lest the echo should be awakened by our presence. No further action may be taken without Sid's express permission. Okay, so Rosarian ruins. That's all it tells me, Rosarian ruins. I wonder if I have to wait for us. Let me look this up because I want to make sure that I don't have to, before I go wasting my time like looking for this. Very nigh. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, FF16. Breaker of Worlds. Okay, so I guess I don't need to wait. It's just supposed to, I'm just supposed to figure out the location from the notice. What level am I? Level 34. So I think I'm gonna wait to do this one. Looks pretty difficult for my level right now. Okay, so we'll continue the main story then, and we'll come back later for that. So I have some ability points. I think I'll upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade Rising Flames. I use this one a lot. Alright, looks like we got some renown
How may I help
reward.
you today, Clive? Your benefits.
Oh, she's also got a new dialogue option. Many claim they wish to change the world. Few actually take it upon themselves to do so. You are an inspiration to us all. Wow, 800 ability points?
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid. Oh, I wasn't expecting.
Ask about Hugo Kupka.
Kupka.
I thought that bastard's death would change things.
When I close my eyes.
I can still hear Jara's voice as he whispers for us to run, and as he calls out to the soldiers to distract them. His words saved us, and I'll never forget that. It's just like he said, words are immortal. And his live on in me. They changed my life, and I've wanted to thank him ever since.
Only I don't know how.
I don't know the right words.
I wish you were here.
To teach them to me. Aw.
Off you go then.
Alright, so now that Kupka's dead, I'm gonna go talk to Karen and Blackthorn, and they might have some new dialogue options. So usually when something major happens in this game, some of the more important NPCs have new dialogue options. Oh, Tomes might have something new to say too. Oh, there's Torgal. Torgal's a good boy. What's up, buddy? What's up, bud? Okay, we can't pet him right now, but you can pet him, like, out in the world. I guess just not right now.
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
She does not have a new dialogue option, but
Weighing you down.
this is the merchant here, so let's see if I need any potions or anything. Oh, Lionheart tonic. I don't have any of these, but I have a lot of gil, so we might as well buy.
You know.
And I'm sure we have some stuff we can sell. So I guess I should be visiting Blackthorn anyway, see if I can
Reckon I can find a buyer.
forge anything.
Be thankful you got that much. You got out else? Finished, are you?
Back, are ya?
No new dialogue option, but let's see if we've got anything new to forge. Nope. Nope. That is new, but it's not as good as what I have now. Okay, so nothing new there. Alright, let's go visit Tomes. Actually, I might have... I don't remember. But I may have come and talked to Tomes last night after I killed Kupka. But just in case, we'll go visit him anyway.
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive?
Okay, he doesn't have a new dialogue option.
Some new entries, if you would like to see them.
But, so every time you talk to him, after you do more stuff in the story, or anything really, like if you do any side quests or any hunt board marks or anything in the story, if you come and talk to Tomes, he adds whatever you've done to the records, and you can come and check those anytime. I have to look up a lot of stuff in this game because it's been kind of confusing. The story's been pretty confusing. But Final Fantasy games stories, they get more complicated every single game. It's really hard to keep up with now.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waloed standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the royalist betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he
They already know.
are still raw. Especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
What? Okay. Shouldn't they already know? Because I've been walking around and NPCs have been saying stuff about Kupka being dead.
Pupil.
Also, okay, so Waloed, I think Waloed is just trying to get Clive. Like, there's something special about Clive. And I think that they helped Kupka to draw Clive out. Because they knew Clive would be looking for him. And there was a scene last night between Barnabas and some other guy. And the other guy called Clive Mythos. And they were saying, he said some stuff about Clive, like, I think they want him for some reason. Kupka and the Fang were the bedrock upon which the Republic stood. Now that both have crumbled, Dhalmekia's descent into chaos is all but assured.
So what
Heyo, Kelsey! Kelsey, hello, how are you? Nice to see you, Rebecca. It's nice to see you too. How are you? How's married life? Will the ministers not take it upon themselves to pick up the pieces of their crumbling nation? I doubt it. They have little love for their people, only their own preservation.
Which leaves but one man.
Standing between Dhalmekian and disaster, former Field Marshal Eugen Havel. If any is to pick up the baton of command, it shall surely be he. But as the bitter tides of ire and avarice rise around him, how long will he be able to keep his head above water, I wonder?
Harpocrates, Blackthorn, Karen. For veterans such as these, Sid's hideaway was a sacred refuge. Kupka took something from them. And now you have avenged that loss. They should be the first to hear the happy news.
Oh, so that's why they didn't have a dialogue option. Well, they shouldn't put lines in about Kupka until I've talked to them.
Thus ends today's
Okay, I just did that to get rid of. So if somebody has something new to say, they'll have a little yellow circle in their dialogue thing, and the little The little blue circle above their head, they'll have a yellow circle. So I just did that to get the... It's like a notification. I just did that to get rid of the yellow circle. I don't like notifications. There was a building in New Jersey that exploded and it was a regular apartment. Left someone in an induced coma. He barely survived. No one else hurt. Happened in Newark, NJ. What? Well, that's scary. A gas leak. Even on TikTok it was recorded. Oh. Well, that's scary.
Oh, I'm never...
Like the explosion was on TikTok?
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
What? What rude kids. Somebody needs to teach them some manners.
These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Well, Joshua knows who Ultima is. Now, that's another question I have about this game. Like, why isn't Clive looking for Joshua? It was on one side of the building. Yeah, someone was there when it happened. Oh, wow. They're renovating the building. They got to be careful with installing gas pipes into people's homes and apartments. It's dangerous. All of a sudden, boom, your property explodes and you lose your livelihood. No insurance. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had like a gas stove, which I'm okay with that.
Not bad for a boy from the Imperial Barracks, eh?
I'm sure they're looking down.
Where I live, my apartment in NYC, they're forcing people to use electric stoves instead of gas stoves to prevent stuff like that from occurring. Just imagine in other places. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I've never had a gas stove, and I am okay with that. Just in case. Like, my sister, I don't know if she has one now in her house now. She just got her kitchen renovated. But in her old place, she had a gas stove, and I didn't even know how to turn it on.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over.
Why
our
do people
shoulders,
like
then.
gas stoves, though?
Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
I mean, people still use them, so it must be
And what can I do?
something that's worth it.
It's a relief.
Feels like we can breathe again. No more living in fear.
Thank you, Clive.
I know I don't say it often, but I mean it. Oh, and best of luck too. For many here, every otherworldly woe pales in comparison to the threat of Hugo Kupka. Now that he's gone, we'll finally have time to devote to everyday gripes and grumbles. And as captain of this little ship, I'm sure you'll be on the receiving end of more than a few. Already there.
Nice to have a bit of good news for once. I don't say it often.
Everybody wants me to solve their problems.
Thank you, Clive.
Okay, actually, you know what? We need to check if Tomes has a new... Wait, why does she have another new dialogue option?
Is it business or pleasure?
It's a law in NYC that was passed for that to use electric stoves over gas. It's a good thing they're stepping away from gas. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to risk it personally, but I guess it must be worth it for some people because obviously lots of people still use gas stoves. Though a savvy merchant would have you believe that through arcane magics imbued into the sword as at high cost to the supplier, its wielder will experience enhanced strength and dexterity. In truth, it is the reduced weight and increased hardness afforded by the weapon's narrow blade of folded steel that ultimately provides the illusion of these enhancements. So this reduces my stagger by 10, and it only increases my attack by 5. So I think I'm going to pass on that. Oh, she's selling war right now? I don't need any more, though. I have 709.
Come again. Or don't.
Okay.
Bothered either way.
And there's no more notifications on her, so let me check with Tomes, because I don't know if I talked to him after I talked to him the first time, but I don't think... Yeah, he doesn't have a notification. Let's check anyway, just in case.
My knowledge is yours.
Oh, he does have new dialogue options. Why didn't he have a notification?
I have said it many times.
Hugo Kupka was a murderer, but he was also a thief. A thief who robbed us of our happiness, of our hope. And though I know it is wrong to revel in the death of another, we can take solace in the fact that he will never steal anything from us ever again. I mean, I think some people's deaths deserve reveling.
His story is ended.
Thank you, Clive. It's just a way to prevent buildings from exploding, and you saw what happened in Newark, NJ with that apartment from a gas leak. NYC just did that law to avoid stuff like that. Yeah, that's understandable. Ask about Tet and Crow.
Were you aware
that in many cities bearers are forbidden from having children? Oh, I did not know that. 'Tis believed that the ether used to bring a child into the world hastens the crystal's curse, lessening the mother's productivity. Such is the world we live in. Fortunately, Tet and Crow's parents were able to escape that world, if only for a few brief summers.
But what of the twins themselves?
Born in the hideaway, one touched by magic, the other spared its burden. Their minds are blissfully untainted by the poisonous rhetoric of priests and politicians. They will grow up knowing there is no difference between man and bearer, and they will pass the truth on to their own children, and they to theirs, until the world we live in is now but a footnote in the annals of history.
Yes, change will come.
And through a magic which requires no crystal to conjure, one that will endure long after the last mother crystal has fallen.
Kupka is no more. I must spread these glad tidings throughout the hideaway. But fear not. Once the news has been shared, I shall of course resume my investigations into Ultima right away.
I mean, some people must have known already, because when I walked around, these NPCs had lines about Kupka. I mean, they shouldn't have triggered that until after you talk to Karen, Harpocrates, and Blackthorn. NYC has always been like that, especially after 9/11. They passed certain laws to prevent stuff from happening in the future. Well, yeah, I can imagine after 9/11. They're doing that with the e-bikes as well, banning any with lithium batteries because there's been so many fire and explosion incidents with lithium e-bikes. Really? I didn't know that.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll Try to live up to the name.
Wait, don't leave. I need to talk to him again.
Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
That was the shortest conversation I had out of all of them. But then again, Blackthorn was always the one that talked the least.
What do you need?
Long time, Becca. I hope you've been well, my friend. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. Gonna be avoiding spoilers since I'm also playing this. Have a good one, my friend. Iceman, thank you so much for stopping in. Yeah, it has been a long time. And we have to hang out again. But thank you so much for stopping by. I don't know how far you are into the game, though. I mean, if... But yeah, good idea to avoid spoilers. I guess I'm pretty far into it. I would say I'm like 70% maybe. Did you beat Final Fantasy VII Remake? I'm about to play through it for the first time, and I'm excited. Yes, I did. That's a great game. I just didn't stream it because I played it before I started streaming. However, I did do the Yuffie DLC on stream.
Good bloody riddance.
If there was ever a man who deserved a rusty knife in the gut, it was that prick. Not that I'd let you carry around a rusty knife. His death won't bring back the people we lost, but it'll ease a few hearts.
Mine included.
Thank you. Ah, okay. Well.
Good lad, Clive. And you make a fine Cid.
Aw. I like talking to Blackthorn because his conversations are always really short.
Clive.
Oh, we've still got a notification, so he must have some new things to forge. We def gotta hang again sometime. We definitely should. Silken Sash. How far are you into the game, Iceman? Centuries ago, the farmers of Canver discovered that the silk produced by pestilent crawlers plagued their fields that could be harvested and woven into fine thread. Not long after, the free cities became home to the realm's finest magnaries? Magnary. What is that? Okay, this game has so many words that I don't know, and I honestly don't know if they're just like Final Fantasy made up stuff or if they're like real words. So I'm gonna look this one up. Magnaries? I don't think this is a real word. Okay, M-A-G-N-A... Oh, it's an N. Okay. Magnanaries. Okay, I completely missed that second N. Magnanary. That is a real word. Magnanary is a site of sericulture or silk farming, similar to a farm being the site of agriculture. Oh, that's like a very specific word. Okay, so it just means silk farm. Why can't I just say that? I'm super excited to play FF7 RM PS5 and the textures lighting is so much better. When I beat the story, I can jump into the DLC and Rebirth. I'll be ready for the Rebirth launch. Yeah, the DLC is really good too. So the FF7 remake is really, really good. I feel like so people have been talking about like, oh, you don't need to play the original FF7 to play the FF7 remake. I mean, no, but like you really don't need to play anything. You don't need to do anything. It's your life. You can do whatever you want. However, I am a big believer that you should always be playing the predecessors to things because I think you always get more out of a game if you played the predecessors. So, like Uncharted 4, when Uncharted 4 came out, there were a ton of people asking like, oh, do I need to play the first 3 games? And a whole bunch of people were like, no, not really. Like you'll find out what happened and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, but you should play the first 3 games because same thing with God of War. When God of War moved over to the Norse mythology, everyone was like, well, do I need to play the first 3? And everyone was like, no, because now it's in a new mythology. I'm like, no, you should still play the other ones though, because you don't get as much out of it. Like you don't know the characters, you won't care. And there'll be all these references and stuff that you won't understand. You just don't get as much out of it. If you don't play what comes first, you don't get as much out of it. How are you enjoying it? I got it for my birthday, but haven't had a chance to play it as I've been busy with Diablo 4. FF16? Or are we talking about FF7? Diamond armlets. A blind opponent is a dead one, or so the saying goes. The Desert Knights of old Dalmatia took this advice to heart, making an ally of the sun by adorning themselves with rings and armlets buffed to a mirror sheen. As the rival kingdoms warred for dominance, the iron became embellished with glass, then crystal, till at last they arrived at the final ideal form of eye-endangering accessory. Diamond-encrusted armlets. Eye-endangering accessory? Oh, a blind opponent is a dead one. Oh, okay, so they use the armlets to reflect light into people's eyes. I would have tried the original FF7, but I won't beat it in time for my FF7R playthrough, and since I was going to play the remake anyway, I'd rather play the original after the remake. But you're familiar with the original game, aren't you? I mean, you're at least, like, familiar with it. Oh, Diamond Sword. 16. It's really good. It's really good. Get awesome. I think so. It's kind of like an action movie. Like you just do it for the fun, cool stuff. You know, like it's nothing like groundbreaking. Like it doesn't do anything new. But you don't go watching like Fast and the Furious for like the cinematography. You know, like you go watch it for the car chases and the explosions and stuff. It's not like winning any Oscars, but you just go watch it because it's fun. This is like that, but a Final Fantasy. A cursory inspection of this hefty broadsword will reveal diamonds on neither its hilt nor its blade. So why then the use of precious gemstone in its name? The answer lies in its blade, into which the dust of the fallen ruins has been hammered during its forging, rendering it nigh unbreakable, much like a diamond. Okay, so I don't have a white worm bone. I don't know where that comes from. My best friend is familiar with the original, but he told me everything about it because he played it with his older brother. His brother played it on PS1 in the 90s and we were kids. I told my best friend today that I'm playing FF7R soon to stream so he can watch. Yeah, so I mean, you know about FF7 though.
He cracked the crystal too.
So I still think that you'll get a lot more out of it, Milvester, than somebody who like has never even like who's than somebody who's never even like heard anything about the original FF7.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
See, when I walked past like the NPCs, that NPC just said something about Kupka being dead, and they did that the first time I came back too. So they definitely shouldn't have triggered that until I talked to Blackthorn, Karen, and Combs.
Every border crossing.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something? Just spreading the word. So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed. No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news. Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
Hmm?
You're right. I should.
Wait, is he buried here?
And I will. Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Well, I guess so.
Very well.
Or maybe he's not buried here.
Don't think Mid's been to visit her old man's grave in years. So take her with you when you go. Let Sid see his daughter's face. If he can recognize it under all the grime.
FF7 is my best friend's favorite game ever and a favorite FF. He got me into FF and played all the other FF games before we even met in middle school. We go way back to our Wii/360 HS days. Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, I mean, FF7 is definitely up there. It's definitely on. It would definitely be in my like top 3. I don't know if I have one single favorite Final Fantasy, but it's definitely like my top 3. It's hard to jump in on series sometimes. There are games I'd like to try, but my inability to play all of its predecessors has kept me from trying it. Oh, really? Like what? So,
Look at the list, do you?
so stuff like Final Fantasy, you don't need to play, unless it's a direct sequel like FF10-2 or Lightning Returns. You don't need to play any of the previous ones because, you know, people hear that there are 16 Final Fantasies and they kind of like freak out and they're like, what? I have to play 15 other games? I'm like, no, they're all different stories. They don't really have anything to do with each other. But if it's a series like Uncharted, like the first 3 Uncharted games, they're very short. They're maybe like 10 to 15 hours each. So I would really suggest playing a series like that. Because those games are like super short.
It was luck, and luck alone.
That saw me safely out of the hideaway that night. So many others didn't make it. I see them, you know, in my dreams sometimes. Always tell them I'm sorry I wasn't able to save them. Aw.
But now...
I can tell them something different, that Kupka's dead. That you avenged them. And I know what they'll say back to me, so let me say it for them.
Thank you, Clive.
Aw. This is surprisingly emotional.
Clive!
Okay, there must be some new stuff here. Okay. This is actually the first time ever that I've, like, ever seen anything listed here. Back when we were in high school, we played Smash Bros, Brawl, and Mario Kart Wii a lot, especially Mario Strikers Charge. We either played online or I would go to his house every weekend. Nice! But yeah, those are great games to play with friends. I know there have been quite a few, but the one that immediately comes to mind is Kingdom Hearts. Well, if you want my opinion on Kingdom Hearts, I think really only the first Kingdom Hearts is good. And the story, like if you play it for the story, it is so hard to follow after the first Kingdom Hearts. Like, I didn't understand anything. So I think for that particular series, I think you don't really need to play. Like, if you just want to play Kingdom Hearts 3, I would say, like, just go for it, because I couldn't follow the story at all. But I also think 3 is the worst one. I think the first one is the best. He was really good at Smash Bros, and we even played GameCube and N64 games because he grew up with Nintendo. His Melee and Brawl, we played Smash every weekend. Nice! For great justice, and we've got another side quest, User Loaf.
Think you can help?
Yeah, Smash and Mario Kart are definitely really good games to play with your friends. I also played Smash a lot with my friends. I don't know if I played a ton of Mario Kart with my friends.
How are you doing? Anything catch your eye?
I played a lot of Mario Kart with my brother, but I don't think with my friends really. But I played a lot, and it was the opposite with Smash Brothers. Like, I didn't play a lot of Smash Brothers with my brother, I think, but with my friends, a lot. Okay, so I think we're gonna, actually, you know what? Let me check. What am I supposed to do? I forgot. Out of the shadow. Clive returns to the hideaway and sets about spreading glad tidings that Hugo Kupka, the man who crushed their former home and saw many of their friends slaughtered, is no more. Those who lost their lives that fateful night are avenged, and those lucky enough to survive can now live without fear that he might one day return. Right. So I have to go with Mid to Sid's grave.
List, do you?
But
here you go.
First, we'll do these side quests. Wow. So wait, you can just travel straight to the side quest? Like, he was really good at Smash Bros. In Melee, he would always beat me by 2 stocks, and it was so frustrating trying to beat him. Same with Brawl. He had so many characters as mains. Oh, man. Yeah, some people are just, like, insanely good at it. There's some people will just always be better than you. I had this guy in college that he was the one person that was better at me than Soul Calibur. Like, I was the best one except for him. Okay, so I guess I wasn't the best one, but I was second best. He's the only one that could ever beat me. I played a whole bunch of people in Soul Calibur, and he was the only one that ever consistently beat me. Okay, so Get Awesome. Here's another thing about this game. It is like very easy. Like, some of the mechanics in this game are like, they make it surprisingly easy for you. So for instance, what I just did is I checked with a guy who gets these things called Alliant reports, and they're just side quests. And then you can just travel directly to the side quests from his report. It's like you go talk to him. He's like, okay, here's a list of things I've heard about. And then you can just select one and you can just travel straight there. I'm like, okay, that makes it very easy. You don't even have to like go find it yourself. You just go straight here. Like I just traveled right here. Here's the side quest over here. And then it's like all these other things make it very easy. So your ability points, here's my, you know, ability tree. You can just respec for free. Like you don't even have to go anywhere. You can just reset everything in your menu for free. You know, whenever I see a respec in a game, it always costs you something. But here, I mean, I haven't respecced yet, but I think it costs you nothing because it just says reset. If you look at the bottom, it says right next to my camera at the bottom, it says reset abilities, hold down that big button. I just still don't know what this button is called. This big main button on the PlayStation controller. What is this button called? Also, this is the God of War PS5 controller. Is it not awesome? Okay, and when you go to the forge, it doesn't cost you anything. Like it doesn't cost you any gil to forge something. You just have to bring the materials. So as a result, and you get gil, you get so much gil everywhere. So as a result, I have 157,000 gil. Like that's a lot. Like I don't even really have to spend it on anything because they just like give you stuff all the time. I got Monster Hunter World when I bought a used PS5 Pro off of Facebook Marketplace, and I probably would have never tried the series otherwise. Now it's one of my favorite series. Nice. I have never played Monster Hunter. So my brother was asking me about Monster Hunter, and I was like, yeah, I never played it. And he was like, oh, I thought you played it. But what I played was Monster Rancher, I think. I have always just called it the touchpad button, but I think it has a legit name. I'm gonna have to look that up. Hey, did you know that the X button? Did you know that this button here, the X button, is supposed to be called the cross button? Officially, by, you know, Sony made like an official statement saying it's supposed to be the cross button. 8K mode when 8K TVs aren't even available and still expensive to buy and must have 4K displays. Accelerated ray tracing and 4K FPS improvements, but it's ridiculous with Sony. Oh yeah. I knew people that like Monster Hunter. Me too. Monster Hunter is very popular. Okay, there's a new... Looks like there's a new notification here.
Interest you in today?
The Wages of Warcraft. Okay, I guess he just has a new song.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent.
That's what I came here for.
You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
They're already making the PS6 and they started development this year. Oh, really? I mean, I guess they would have to start now.
Shadows glimpsed in the gloom of the woods. Either these are figments of anxious imaginations, Or someone is out there. Someone who does not wish to be seen.
I guess they would have to start now if they want to release it in a few years.
The people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
But they're already throwing another mid-gen Refresh Pro. Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. Okay, also, another thing get awesome about this game is that they tell you like exactly where to go. So I have to talk to these 3 people, right? And it just tells me exactly who to talk to. Like, I would have thought that they would give me like an area. Or I guess they do give me an area. But I wouldn't have thought they would like tell me exactly who to go to right off the bat. I thought that, you know, you'd have to work a little harder to find out who to talk to.
Excuse me. Quentin mentioned strange figures having been sighted near the village. Have you seen anything?
Nah, not me, Gov. I heard the rumours, though. I'm here most days, right next to the gate, and I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary. Don't worry. Any shady characters try and slip into town this way, and I'll soon come running. And shouting, most likely.
All right. Thank you.
So...
Tell Quentin he don't need to worry about strangers sneaking into this end of town. I've got my eyes open.
Another thing that happened is, like, I was doing a side quest. It was very early on in the game. I was doing another side quest. And I had to pick up these, like, soil samples in a vineyard from, like, a specific vineyard. Like, I had to get this very specific soil from, like, a very specific vineyard. And it told me, like, the quest told me exactly where to pick up the samples. And I was like, oh, that's, like, very easy. The PS5 started development in 2015, and 2 years after PS4 launch. They started in 2022, so yeah, they're ahead of schedule. Well, maybe they almost didn't finish the PS5, and so they were like, okay, next time we're gonna start early. That's a good thing, because in past FF games, you get stuck on where to go, and the game wouldn't tell you unless it's an icon related to a story quest or something. But it's like, it's too easy now. I mean, I think in older Final Fantasies, it would have been too hard, because they were still, you know, they were still getting a handle on game design and things like that. But now you can, I think they definitely can find a way to be balanced. Like, this game is like it's so easy, and I'm on normal difficulty. I don't even think they have a hard difficulty. I think they only have easy and standard difficulty, and I'm on standard, and this game is like very easy. Honestly, Square has gone out of their way to make FF series more handholdy through iteration, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, and well, I was saying the other day, Get Awesome, that I think maybe they're trying to draw new players in, and maybe that's why they're making it so easy. They want new people to play Final Fantasy, not just people that already like Final Fantasy.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you.
I was in Lorbert's Pass when I heard it. Sounded like someone whetting a blade. Ready to slit my throat. Put the wind right up me, it did.
Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
I mean, I'm just surprised at some of the choices, the game design choices they made in this game, that it like makes it like so easy. This is almost like a beginner Final Fantasy. The PS4 started development in 2008, 2 years after PS3 launch. So yeah, it's safe to say every 7 years we get a new console. Yeah, like every like 5 to 7 years. Mark Cerny is making the PS6 anyways. He did the PS5 Pro patent. He did PS4, PS5, and now he will be PS6. But PS5 Pro is ridiculous. They should have waited for PS6 and see what the tech is. Yeah, well, I guess if they're gonna make more money selling a PS5 Pro, they'll do that.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape!
Black shields. Here.
The lead designer of FF16 actually said something along the lines of, "We need new fans and we made the game with that in mind." Paraphrased, of course. I'm not sure if they succeeded or not. Really? Wow. So I was right. I mean, of course I was right. Sup, Blown World, hello. Or how do you pronounce your name? Is it Blown or V-Lone? Or something else? Yeah, Get Awesome. I'm not sure how to really measure if they got new people or not. I guess the only way you would know that if you just like asked people, like you took a survey of people and were like, hey, are you like a first-time Final Fantasy player or are you a long-time fan? But I mean, yeah, like that's just the way that it seemed to me, is like they made it so easy because they wanted new people to play it. The PS4 Pro is barely apart from PS4. We only had mid-gen refreshes because the PS4, Xbox One were underpowered hardware at launch, and PS5 is a modern PC. It's ridiculous. It never needed a Pro. Yeah.
Why were they here? Are they planning an attack on Lostwing? I need to warn Quentin.
Yeah, but then there's marketing and making more money, so there's that. Also, I think they also try to get people who never ended up buying a PS5, and then they're like, oh, but you can buy the Pro now and it's even better. And that I bet that does get people to buy one that haven't bought one already. Ray tracing is overrated. They're making such a big deal out of it. What is even ray tracing exactly? Like, I hear people talking about it a lot, but I don't even really know what it is.
The crystals we get from the tailor all...
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds, though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Oh, okay.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport.
Oh.
I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered.
Oh, shit.
And he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him and slit their throats myself.
Jesus.
The man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord.
Wow, they gave this NPC a
Our wounds
really extensive backstory.
And our cause is the same. We are comrades, and our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first.
So there's more to this?
Comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
I'm curious to know what the next gen chip will be for PS6. Yeah. Same. Ray tracing is basically a more realistic way of lighting a game. Basically in 3D up to this point, shadows have been more of an illusion, but with ray tracing, it's actually tracking a light source. Ah.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Retro games always had lighting textures, just not in a perfected way with ray tracing. It's just now the technology has cut up that you can make games more real. So does this have anything to do, does ray tracing have anything to do with the, like, making mirrors in games? Because I know making mirrors was always, like, really difficult in games, like making the actual reflections in games. And that's why in older games, the mirrors don't actually reflect anything.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
It isn't something that will make you say, wow, I missed back when PS1, PS2, and PS3 were major jumps in hardware and next-gen chips were interesting in each console. Yeah, I mean, these days, yeah, it's, I mean, you don't really get much. It's kind of like phones.
You look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye?
Like, every phone is just it's just like a little bit better. It's the same thing, but it's better. It's just better. But there's nothing that's really, like, really that different. Honestly, I wish they would focus more on things like physics and complex AI, but I get the buzzword is more marketable. Ray tracing is a real thing, but its value is debatable. Yeah, well, there are some studios that have insane enemy AI, like Naughty Dog, like in The Last of Us. That's the best enemy AI that, like, I've ever seen. Hey Rebecca, how are you doing tonight? No, bye, hello. I'm good, how are you? Thanks for coming in.
No one to man the shop. Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, But I've got a bakery to run, a bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
Yep, well, that's what we came here for.
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Yeah, ray tracing has helped with any reflective surface. You can see reflections in water, legit, basically. Okay. So then I have noticed it then. I just didn't know what it was called. Okay, so if I fast travel to the jaw obelisk, that's a much faster way to get there. Like, ray tracing is fine, but something more different and unique that affects our interaction and gameplay experiences. Yeah, I guess, like, technology has advanced so much to the point where we just have stuff that's the same, but just, like, a better thing, better version. We don't have such, like, drastic differences anymore. I'm good, thanks for asking. Nice, how was your day? Were you working today? Search the area. Was that him? Search the area near Drake's Fang for the baker's assistant. I think I found him. What is this guy doing? That is a nice view.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the Fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming
Man, this
back.
guy needs a lesson in self-confidence.
I ask her, how does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Express yourself. Remember the good times. Focus on your work. I mean, I guess none of these are really wrong. Express yourself.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you missed the Fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it?
Oh, that's not really what I thought he was gonna say.
You know, you might just be right. What a fool
I bet it doesn't matter what you
I
say.
have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Okay, that was easy.
Wait. Suppose he won't be needing an escort then.
Okay, so there's another side quest where you could choose something, like you could choose something to say, but it didn't matter what you said. So I'm like, okay, why even give me the choice then? Like, I'd rather just not have the choice.
The most fragrant herbs and spices from the...
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Oops.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself.
Is it?
Her steepled peaks. Her
Looks more like the sun to me.
Her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
I mean, I really didn't do that much. He basically just motivated himself.
Now, Dusan, I know you're keen, but do you have to use the good salt? Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Master. I'll go and get some more later.
Like, why did after PS3 we saw less jumps? I always wondered. I mean, I think it's just because we've reached a point where we developed the technology so much that we don't really have anything else to develop until people come up with until people that are smarter than me come up with the next big jump. But I think we reached a point where we kind of like plateaued on the technology right now.
It's true.
I already got my year window to get the PS6 in 2030. Oh yeah.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
Okay, let's see if there's any new side quests that popped up.
Here you go.
None.
Always something in there.
Okay, so let's go grab mid then. Okay, yeah, I guess she's back here. I always forget where she is. I saw a PS3 shooter that looked like N64 graphics and it's insane. It came out in 2008. Oh, really?
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
Well, it's funny because, like, at the time, we think the graphics are so good. But then when we look back, we're like, oh, this looks terrible.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise.
Ooh, do I get an airship? Or just a regular ship, maybe?
Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I was hoping you'd say that.
He always sounds so unenthusiastic.
I need some parts mecking. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Well, they're not for you.
You don't need to.
That's what I said. Okay, why is Sid just like the errand boy?
The engine plating's basically just a very efficient conductor. Create a thermal gradient across it and the heat radiates outwards, which... You know what? Just show the plans to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I'm like, how is this a PS3 game? Yeah. Well, now that you've seen better graphics, it looks really bad. The Desert Rose. The seal marks its bearer as a trusted ally of Lubor, master of the Briar's Kiss. Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why trust? Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. Lubor. Thermal plating designs. Instructions on how to go about building oneself a full set of thermal plating to dissipate heat from around a mithril engine, should one find oneself in need of such a thing. Not exactly sure why Mid can't just bring this over to Blackthorn herself. Like, he's in the same as, I mean, it's not even like he's somewhere else. He's in the same place. But you don't think that Clive, the leader of this entire place, like, you think Clive has time for this? The graphics look like GoldenEye N64. It's funny. Oh, really? I mean, well, you know, you do have some games that just have bad graphics.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. I'd spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Tates. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin-Otto in here, will you?
All right.
Really? He could go get them. This is like in Zelda when Link had to do everything.
Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Ah, don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
Okay, so I guess I'm automatically going to the desert.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Oh.
Ah, don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low
Wait,
company with...
why do I have to talk to Blackthorn again?
Going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these
I guess.
lucky souls?
I mean, I didn't get a choice. Take Gav.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supply. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Yeah, I think Otto would be better getting the stuff from the supplier.
I'll get us a good price. Is that one you want to worry about?
Sounds like this river we're looking for is south of the Dalamil Inn. I'll hire us a wagon and meet you there.
Met at Fenway playing the Red Sox. They had a doubleheader today. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I haven't really been following anything in baseball. How did they do? Okay, there's no notification, but we'll check Clive's chambers. See if he got any letters. Nope. Check the table. Wall of memories. Nothing new there. Okay, so not too far from the fast travel spot. Your team playing my crosstown rival team, yeah. In interleague play.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav?
He's like, okay, the river is literally right there. He's like, oh, looks like I found the river. It's literally right next to Dalamil Inn. Like, you can't really not find it.
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Legend has it that a star once fell from the heavens and punctured a hole in the Dalmekian desert where whence sprang forth the fountainhead of the river Velcroy. This water was really pretty. Don't have a reflection, but I guess this is some good ray tracing. I wonder if it matters if you take Gav or Auto. I'm gonna look it up. Because on one hand, I feel like it should have taken me on a quest. But then again, I think that Auto would be better for going to the supplier. Okay, so it doesn't matter. You just need to choose the person you wish to spend more time with, as there will be more unique dialogue between Clive and his companion at the end of the quest. Okay, then I should have taken Otto, I guess. Because I mean, he's never come with me on any kind of quest. But I guess I'll just look up a video later. Where is this Lost Stardust? Oh, there it is.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
Okay.
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you.
I guess what I should have done is saved before I chose who to take. Done it with them and then gone back and did the other one.
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
Okay, let's save. Oops. Save twice. Okay, let's see if we can load. Crazy thing I've noticed after the pandemic, my vibration is super high that nobody even remembers I even exist. Guess my spiritual awakening was that strong, but it made me more lucid and outcomes with my vibration so high, it's pretty ridiculous. Wait, what? Nobody remembers you exist? Okay, let's try this load. Okay, that didn't take us back far enough. I mean, there's a ton of autosaves. So there has to be one. What, does that autosave like every 30 seconds? Still didn't take us back far enough. Try the last one.
Up to you who you totally do.
Oh, okay. This one took us back to the right, so exactly the right spot. Okay. So I'm gonna save over one of these that I just saved on. Okay, this time we'll take auto.
You going after which one of...
Otto, you're with me.
All right then. Where do we find this stardust, and how will we know it when we see it?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
And I'm guessing you'll be needing sackloads of the stuff. Might be worth hiring porters at the Dalimil Inn. I'll head down there. See about finding us a wagon.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
You two take care, eh? I'll go and see this supplier.
Just don't let the bastard fleece you, eh?
He wouldn't do that. He's Blackthorn's mate. Isn't he?
Best of luck.
Alright, so nothing terribly different. When it happened, I had digital downloads and it was just crazy. I even burst a chakra in my brain. It's bizarre. It was like a puff. What?
Don't you worry about me. I can smell a swindle from half the twins away.
Wait, what do you mean break a
I'll
chakra?
head down to Dalimil, see about hiring us a wagon. Wait for me by the river.
Don't you worry about me. I can smell a swindle from half the twins away.
Okay, so next time I need to choose between two people, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save right before I have to choose. Do one person and then the other. And I mean, it's easy enough to do these twice. This is a pretty quick quest.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Otto?
When I had my awakening, I had a chakra activation and it almost killed me. What does that mean though? A chakra activation.
Otto, sorry I'm late.
Oh, Clive. I had a quick scout about, and I reckon this area's our best bet. Seems Blackthorn's the only one who thinks smithing with his Stardust stuff's a good idea. It's just lying here, waiting for any old fool to fill his boots.
But unlike any old fool, you thought to bring a wagon.
Well spotted. Now get filling.
Okay, so since I already did this, should be easy enough. But it's kind of weird that they make you do it in a certain order. Like, this is the first one. So that was the one last time too. That was in the same spot.
Stardust.
Then
Like black sand to me.
the second one, same spot. It's kind of weird that it's like in specific spots every time. They could have randomized it. But then again, we did talk about how this game was kind of easy. What? I could... Okay, I'm pretty sure I could jump it the last time. Wait a minute, I think that one that I just got, I think that was the last one that I got. Okay, why do I always have so much trouble finding the last one? Oh, there it is. Was this the same spot? I don't remember.
That should be enough for now.
It's hard to explain. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine, especially in a YouTube chat. Okay, let's go talk to Otto, see what he has to say now.
How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
More than me. Put it all together and I can't see Blackthorn complaining. Much. Here, Clive. Do you fancy a walk? Sid would be proud.
Of what?
Of you, you idiot. The way you've carried on what he started. When we first met, I had you down as a spoilt little puppy who enjoyed nothing more than biting the hand that fed you. But 5 years on, you're the one doing the feeding. So thanks for proving me wrong.
You weren't wrong. But I changed. Thanks to Sid. And thanks to you. When I suggested taking on his name, you were the first to back me. And if you hadn't, no one else would have. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Otto.
Don't give over. You're making me blush. All I did was choose hope over despair. I gave you a chance, yes, but you're the one who took it. You took a rabble of homeless, hopeless outcasts and put them back on their feet. Gave them something worth fighting for, just like the old Sid did.
Okay, so Otto's dialogue was more about Clive. Gav's dialogue was more about him.
Time I was heading back, I reckon.
Or himself.
All this scrabbling about in the sand's taking its toll on the old pins.
I'll see you back at the hideaway then. You can take a well-earned rest when you get there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. But I'll make sure Blackthorn gets his precious black sand before I put my feet up. He'll only moan otherwise.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
So it's funny because I never knew Torgal was Clive's until like halfway through the game. I thought he was Joshua's. Because in the flashbacks, they always show him with Joshua. I mean, they show him with Clive also, but like I think they show him more with Joshua. Like, I mean, I don't remember exactly because I'm not going to remember everything, but I mean, from what I remember, it was mostly with Joshua, and that's why I thought Torgal was Joshua's. I mean, I thought he was just like friends with Clive too, because that's how dogs are. Like they love everybody that they live with. Like they see the people that they live with as their family.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
All right, so before I go to Blackthorn, I am going to take a break and I will be right back. Alright. Let's finish this quest up. I think we might be almost done with this quest, maybe? So my goal for the stream is to finish this main quest and then the next one, which is Onward. I mean, the quests are pretty quick, I would say. I mean, the main quests are like you can complete them pretty quickly, and the side quests are even faster. I like that though. It keeps the game moving. I don't like it when things just like drag on.
How'd you lot get on? I brought back all that stuff Blackthorn asked for.
There you are. Blackthorn's got his precious stardust, in case you were wondering.
Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
Nice to get out and about for once. Let's do it again sometime, eh?
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Oh, okay.
Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Okay, so we just completed that one. Oh, wait, no, we only completed letting off steam.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Clive, you still here? The plating will be ready when it's ready. All right.
Okay, geez, I didn't even say anything to him. Report back to Mid. Okay, so, I mean, this quest has got to be over soon. I don't think there's a way I can get to Mid from here. I think I have to go back this way.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
Okay, I am starting to get to know my way around the hideaway better. Because this place is like huge compared to the other hideaway.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name back there?
What's in it?
Really?
Right.
Talk to her back there. You know, Thingy.
You know
She'll tell
Thingy?
you exactly which bits of which ruin we need. You just need to go and find them. Talk to her back there. You know, Thingy. She'll tell you exactly which bits of which ruin we need. You just need to go and find them.
So, has anyone played FF10? Doesn't she remind you of Riku from FF10? Like this super, like, energetic, tearful, blonde girl with, like, super long hair, and she's tiny. She also kind of looks like a steampunk pilot.
Oh, Sid, is this about
They should have really named her what's her name.
Yes. Mid said I should...
That would have been hilarious.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Of course, I gotta go fight something. Okay, so here's another thing about this game. Get awesome if you're still here. There's no puzzles, it's just fighting. Like, everything's a fight. Nothing's ever a puzzle. Which I really miss puzzles, because I thought they were a great part of Final Fantasies. But there have not been any puzzles so far. I'm gonna check the Alliant reports and see if there's any new side quests that came in.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Here you go.
Nothing. Okay, also, this ship uses mithril fuel? Isn't that gonna be really expensive? Okay, yeah, I guess Lost Wing would be the closest travel point.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Oh. They evacuating? Wow, I got a lot of ability points. Okay, let's see, what do I want to upgrade? I could master Gouge or Rising Flames. Or I could upgrade Wind Up or Upheaval. Or, oh, actually, I guess I'm using Earthen Fury. I'm gonna upgrade Wind Up. I really like that ability. What else do we have here? Lunge, Down Thrust, Burning Blade. I never use those. Stomp. Charge Magic. Yeah, I never use any of these. Okay, I guess I use that sometimes, but not really, ever since I got my abilities. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is, so usually I use one, like, small attack from each of the icons, and then I use one big attack. So I think what I'm gonna do is master the small attack that I use, and then work on mastering the big attacks. Oh, I just noticed there's a little, like, drawing of the icon behind the abilities, and it lights up when I go to their little sphere circle thing. That's cool. Okay, let's... what do I want to master? I guess we could also master Titanic block. Well, I don't really block much. So we're gonna go ahead and master wind up. But then I do want to master Titanic block because I've mastered Deadly Embrace and Phoenix Shift. And then the Rama ability, Blind Justice, I don't really like that one. I mean, actually, I don't really like Titanic block that much either, but I like it better than Rama's ability. I like Rama's big attack. It's like a giant bolt of lightning. But I don't really like his other abilities, so I haven't been using him. No, this is not the right way. Okay, this map has all these little narrow paths. Okay, and then we go this way. This must have been a nightmare to build.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
Wait a minute, no, that's not the right way. I'll go up here. Okay, I did this one time before. I kept trying to get over this way. And I was supposed to go up the stairs, but I didn't know that, so I kept running back and forth. Okay. Now we're in the right direction. Okay. Yeah, trying to get around Lost Wing is really confusing. Because they have all these like see how they have all these like narrow pathways and they all like crisscross, and then there's some that lead to other places when you're on top of pathways, and then others that lead elsewhere when you're at the bottom, but the map doesn't show if you're like at the top or the bottom. So I think this is the only chocobo that you get, which is very interesting because you can only get her through a side quest.
Fly, Ambrosia.
So if you don't bother doing side quests, you'd never get her, I guess. Like, you'd never get a chocobo. I mean, so far, I don't know if this is going to become available later on, but I can't catch wild chocobos. No, not time to fight. Bro, they're level 13. They're not worth it.
You deserve a rest.
We're level 35. Really? They followed me over here?
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course.
Well, that's what I came here for.
Right back.
I mean, I told her back at the hideaway I'd come help out with the unwanted visitor.
Just over there, as is a terrifying monster.
See, I don't get why everything has to be a fight. Like, put in some puzzles. But I guess these days, this is what people want. They just want fast-paced action, shooting, whatever. An Araman.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
It's called Unwanted Visitor.
this one.
Easy. So many explosions. That's right. When I go into battle, I go hard. I picked the biggest attack that could possibly get.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed.
Although I guess the Armin also had a lot of explosions.
We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
The Eye of the Warrior. An accessory. Only those who have stood in battle can know its boon and its curse. A first-hand account of Siege of Stonehere. Increases strength tonic duration by 10 seconds. I never even used strength tonic durations. Or strength tonics, not durations. I never used strength tonics or defense tonics. Because this game is, like, it's pretty easy. Like, when I feel like, you know, in Legally Blonde, when Elle gets into Harvard Law School and her ex is like, what, you got into Harvard Law? And she was like, what, like it's hard? This is how I feel when the NPCs come up to me after I finish a fight, and NPCs come up to me and they're like, oh wow, you're still alive. And then I'm like, what, like it was hard?
Your work is done, Sid.
Oh, my work is never done.
No, she'll have her helm very soon, would you?
Okay, so I think that whatever Mid means last, I think that'll finish this quest out. And then we can go to the next main quest, which these are getting a little longer. Like, the main quests normally are pretty short. They're getting a little bit longer, not by that much. Oh, it looks like I got my next renown reward.
How may I help you today, Clive?
The Bearer's Plight. Few are those who would strive to lighten the burden borne by the crystals cursed. But if we are to survive the coming storm, we must stand together, bearer and brother, as you have shown us. 2 meteorite. I don't even know what I use those for.
All done?
So, when I go to Blackthorn, I mean, I visit him almost every single time I come back here. And there really isn't much new that he can forge.
I think Mid might need some help.
Okay, so while she's talking, I think I felt my chair move down again, so I'm gonna do a chair check.
Helena has recovered the material for the
Yep,
helm.
it went down.
She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details right.
Obviously.
Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
Something tells me she did not think of that.
Going round in circles trying to find something sturdy enough to withstand the fire of the engines, but light enough not to sink the ship. Should have bothered old Tomes sooner. If anyone knows something I don't, it'll be him.
A baffling diagram made all the more confounding by the preponderance of question marks that blemish its borders. Yeah, I'm still in Out of the Shadow. All right, so what do I need to upgrade? I guess I'll work on upgrading Titanic Block next. So I need 800, so I need 500 more ability points. So when I get to, I think when I get to level 40, I'm gonna go face the rank S hunt board mark. Those marks are really fun. Although I really haven't had any trouble with any of them, like even that rank A one. And I ran into him accidentally. I still don't know how he was a rank A, like he was just a guy. Like he ranked higher than the giant monsters. Sphere upgrade looks cool in this, it does. I mean, everything pretty much looks cool in this game. So that's one of the pros about this game. Everything looks really cool. It's just what's underneath the looking cool.
For you, Clive, always.
I mean, it's mostly good. There are a few cons though.
Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
I don't get it.
Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate
it... so he's saying to make it fireproof.
To some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
Okay, so I guess what he's saying is it doesn't matter what she uses for the shielding. She just has to cover it with whatever that material is he's talking about.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom.
Wait, is that the doctor?
Hands, Clive.
So, okay, this is another thing we have to choose.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus. I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
Okay, so We gotta save. So we'll do one person and then the other.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Jill and Tarya. Okay, yeah, so that is the doctor. But wait, why would we pick her to do this quest? I mean, she's a doctor. She's not. She doesn't have any knowledge of, like, material engineering. Okay, so it doesn't matter who we take because we're just gonna do the next person. We're gonna reload and do the next person. So we'll just take Jill.
Very well.
Okay, my chair went down again. I felt it.
What do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Good luck in Northreach. Try not to get too distracted from the task at hand.
What's that supposed to mean?
My knowledge is yours. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. If you have a question for me, I should be happy.
Okay, so I guess when you go to fast travel, it just takes you automatically to the closest travel point that you need to be at.
Welcome.
Looks like she has something new. The Breath of Earth Raging Fists. Reduces Raging Fist cooldown time by 3.5 seconds.
Come back again.
Oh, I do need to sell something though.
That's the best I can do. I doubt you'll get more than that in the capital. I'll be here if you need me.
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Are those Pepio nuts?
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished. They sell everything here at the market. Finding garlic and Pepio nuts won't take long.
Alright, then why don't you just do everything?
Fresh cuts. Come and get them before.
What can I interest you in today?
Garlic. Alimentary alliums are a hallmark of classical Sambriquois cuisine, so much so that it is a tradition for the Emperor to award honorary titles to those responsible for supervising their cultivation and preparation in the White Worm Castle kitchens, the so-called Garlic Knight among them. Garlic Knight? Okay, so...
I hope it's to your liking.
I don't know what Final Fantasy it was, but there was an Onion Knight. Oh, I guess they're in multiple Final Fantasies. So Onion Knight was in FF3 and FF Tactics.
Good day.
Okay, so got the garlic, pepio nuts. See, they don't even make you search for the right merchant. They just tell you who to go to. Like, I mean, I think at least... Okay, so I know we talked about how this game was made easy because I guess one of the creators of this game said they wanted it to be appealing to new players. Oh, you know what? I didn't even see what else he was selling. Oh, that's all he's selling. Strength and Stone Skin Tonic, which I'm full on. I think at least you could, like, run around here, right? And then the NPCs could be calling out what they're selling. And then, like, this guy could be calling out, like, oh, Pepio Nuts here. And then you're like, oh, okay, I gotta go to him. I mean, they could have made it, like, a little bit harder. Like, just a tiny little bit.
What do you want?
It's kind of rude. The edible fruit of the Pepio plant is prized by chocobo breeders, although the superstition that it lends a stud bird additional stamina seems largely founding on its blushing, swollen form than any quantifiable results.
If that's what you want.
He's selling potions and eye potions, which I'm full on.
Thanks for nothing.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Thanks for nothing? I just bought something from you.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
He only gave me 2 things to find.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for
I love garlic.
to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while? Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children.
Aww.
Remember walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
My dog does that too.
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
Yeah.
I would. Thank you.
Is he hitting on him?
And I saw some bread.
Torgal wants some of that bread.
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
I got to perform 5 trick jumps on a guardrail trophy. Nice. I changed my settings where I can play my games offline on my PS5 when I lost internet and my Rift Apart game was connected to the servers. Oh, yeah.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Yeah, you never know. Never know when your power is going to go out. One time my power went out when, like, just in the middle of my stream. It was something like went wrong with the electricity, but I've also had power go out a lot when there's thunderstorms here. We get really bad thunderstorms.
I wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
Oh, I'm never drinking. Welcome back. I hope you two had fun while I was busy helping Hippocrates.
What is she implying?
Ah, Clive. Hippocrates has all the ingredients. We were just waiting for you.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I guess she would be good at that.
What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that. Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
Oh, do they have a thing?
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
Okay.
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
Alright, so we gotta reload. And then do the same thing with Tarja. My Sony MX-1000 H4 headphones doesn't connect Bluetooth to my PS5 and I'm confused. I thought PS5 takes any type of headphones. I can only use headphones wired for 3D audio. I actually have no idea. Because I don't connect my headset to my PlayStation. It goes through my computer. Because I have my PlayStation hooked up to... Well, it's not hooked up to my computer, but it's hooked up to my monitor. And then I change my settings on my computer so that the sound comes through my headset on the monitor, which is... The monitor is connected to my computer.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
All right. So, what are we fetching?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
Garlic. Conch shells. Are you sure this is the right list?
Oh, she said something different.
It's like the ingredients for someone's supper.
Though these items may seem mundane,
She didn't say the chocobo eggs.
potent effects that are rarely exploited.
She said conch shells instead.
For which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease.
I'm gonna move my chair back up again.
Find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Well, Isn't that convenient? I was hoping to be able to make a trip over that way sometime soon. Need to speak to an old acquaintance. I'll meet you there.
No, is that right?
Stay safe.
I'll see you later, Clive.
Good luck with your research.
Harpocrates and I'll look after things here. You head over to Northreach.
The 3D audio on Last of Us Remake is amazing. Oh, I bet. The Last of Us games, they always have the most insane technology. Like it's the best enemy AI I've ever seen.
Now, where's Talia?
Keep them pilgers nice.
Do you see anything you like? I'll be here if you need me.
Need to stock up on these.
There you are, Talia.
Ah, and there you are. We shouldn't have any problems finding what we need in a place like this. But if time is of the essence, perhaps we should split up. Take a few items each.
All right. What should I look for?
Let's see now. Why don't you take the garlic and the pepio nuts? Meet me by the gate
Well,
when you've got them.
Getting the same things.
Don't tell me you've forgotten what you're looking for already. Garlic and pepio nuts. Do you want to take the list?
There's no need to be rude. I don't understand. I get this in real life too. I don't understand why, like, if I ask a question, like one question, people are so rude about it. Like, oh, I already told you this. Okay, so I can't just ask?
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. Ah, yes.
When I did the beginning chapter of the remake, I was blown away. It felt like a completely new game with the remade graphics. It's ridiculous. Oh, I bet.
Oi, don't touch
it. Yeah, Naughty Dog always pushes the limit with technology. Naughty Dog has like the best graphics and enemy AI I've ever seen.
Well, did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Job done. We should get this back to Tomes then. He'll be waiting. But we're not in too much of a rush, are we? Quick chat. Do you know, I think this is the very first time we've been out on an errand together.
I think you might be right.
In all the years since you and that scowl of yours first appeared, you haven't invited me out once. For shame.
Oh, maybe she likes him too.
It seemed long overdue. And you did say you had some shopping to do.
I was hoping to restock my supplies of herbs and liniment, yes. You and Jill alone burned through them like wildfire. No luck, though. My usual supplier's not here, and I refuse to pay the prices these gougers charge.
I'll ask Karen when we get back. What is it?
Oh, just memories. I came here with Sid once, shopping for supplies, just like today. And just like today, I came away empty-handed. Sid even said he'd speak to Karen for me when we got back. Has it really been 5 years? I remember it as if it was yesterday. Hold on. Does that mean it's been 5 years since we met? Feels a lot longer.
I guess.
It does. In a good way, of course.
Of course.
Thank you, Taya.
For what?
For everything. I just want you to know that all you've done for us, all you still do, it's appreciated.
Do you think I'd stick around if I thought it wasn't? But in the spirit of sharing and caring, You're appreciated too. By all of us.
Okay. I feel like both Jill and Tarja, they've made it seem like they both like had a thing with Clive.
Well, I think we've tarried long enough. I ought to get these ingredients back to Tome so he can make up this concoction of his. I'll meet you back at the hideaway, all right?
All right. And thanks again.
I heard you the first time.
I mean, there really didn't need to be two of us that came here and got all the ingredients. I saw US beat Vietnam for Women FIFA Cup in Australia. US going for 3. They scored 3 goals in their win versus Vietnam. Oh, really? Nice. Okay, so there's two mother crystals left. Still haven't heard much about Joshua. Like, and I don't understand why Clive doesn't talk about Joshua more.
I wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the Moondew.
He and Jill know Joshua's still alive. And we still don't know why Joshua is not talking to Clive.
Ah, better late than never. We're ready to begin whenever you are.
Welcome home. He had a successful trip.
Alex Morgan was kicking butt, that I do know. Oh yeah. Nice.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the Moondew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course.
Oh, and Clive. It was good to talk. We should do it again sometime.
Oh. Getting some vibes.
Work here is almost at an end.
I think she likes him.
I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the Moondew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
The US women team better than the men? Oh, yeah. Can't say I'm surprised. Okay, so hold on. I am going to move. I've got a dog bed under my desk, so my dog can lie there. But it's getting in the way because I can't actually have 2 dog beds under there. But I can't move my chair all the way under, like, over to the desk because the beds are in the way. Okay, that's better. All right, I think I'm gonna have to start doing this every time I stream now, is move the beds out of the way.
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
Okay, so pretty sure this is gonna be the end of this quest. What level am I? 35. Okay, so I've got 5 levels to go before I take on that mark. Oh, I'm at 800 now, so I can upgrade the Titanic block. Okay, so we have all of the, what are these called? I think these are the ability, I don't know. Like you have one set ability, which are these like diamond shaped ones. You can't change these, but then you can change the ones that are in the circles. You can change these abilities. So I don't know what these are called, but whatever these fixed ones are, I've got all of these upgraded that I wanted to, and I don't really care about this one. So now I'm going to work on mastering the smaller attacks, and then once I do those, I will work on upgrading the big attacks. Rift Apart is so fun. It is. That's a great game. That was one of the... I think that was one of the first games I streamed on YouTube. No. It was the first game I streamed on PS5. But I think I've been on YouTube already by then. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've been on YouTube. Because I was only on Twitch for maybe like 3 months or so before... Well, I was on Twitch for like 3 months. And then I just like wasn't happy with my growth on Twitch. So I tried doing like a few days on Twitch and a few days on YouTube. And that like ended up worse than just being on one platform. So I decided to just make the jump to YouTube. And I've been on YouTube for almost 2 years now. It'll be 2 years in September or October. And I personally think I'm doing way better. Let me see if my watch hour is updated. Because I'm pretty sure that I should have more than when I last checked. I mean, it only updates like every 24 hours. Nope, still hasn't updated. Okay, well, we'll check tomorrow. But sometimes there's like a big jump in watch hours because it only updates like every 24 hours or so.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
That's what I said. Why is he always the errand boy?
Bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest salmon you can find. This is going to require some precision walloping.
Precision walloping? Okay, she laughed, but her face didn't change. Sometime later.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's 1 down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
What?
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Oh my god. Start with that information.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it.
Aww.
Now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
Aww.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
So, if your name is Sid, why would you name your daughter Mid?
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
I guess we might as well check.
She was building a ship.
Really?
Guess we might as we'll check the Alliant report, see if anything came in.
Clive! Anything catch your eye?
Nope.
Seen enough?
Is that you done then? Mid's not roped you into building the rest of the board, has she?
Does it tell me how many side quests I've done? Yes, it does. I mean, well, it doesn't give me like a count of them. It's been a lot though. I think there's like 70 something side quests. Oh, wait, there's a side quest here. Where is it? Oh. It's at the reading table in Clive's chambers. So there must be a letter that came with a side quest. Let's go get that first. Oh, Helena's back.
The Enterprise will have 4 mithril engines, each needing its own displacement stack. So just 3 more like this, and we'll be finished.
I still don't get the ship though, because it uses mithril as fuel. Like, isn't mithril really expensive? And also, how, if the ship was supposed to be for Mid and Sid in case the Blight takes over, how are they going to continue fueling it if it uses mithril? Where were they going to get it from?
Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
You know, if the Blight takes over the world, and I mean, I guess you can't have any ship that doesn't run off of any kind of fuel. Oh, there's 3 quests here. Off the record. Was thumbing through the hideaway ledgers at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe. And by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be. Goat.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Clearly this is something he doesn't want Otto to know. A bad feeling. Clive, something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit at the toll. Karen. What? A bone to pick? What's wrong with Torgal?
What could be wrong with Torgal?
That's what I just said.
Well enough when I last saw him.
And also, I don't understand why people are sending me letters to do this. Like, they could just talk to me about Blackthorn. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the droop of his jowls lately. So I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the leather what was on his mind. Maybe there's other demons jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bothered. Assuming it ain't just the forge. August.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
We definitely have to do that one, because that one has a plus sign. So the side quests that have the plus sign, it means that you get some sort of like enhancement or improvement to your gear or items or something. I mean, we're gonna do all of these, but we especially need to do the one with the plus sign. But first, we're going to do the one with Torgal, because I'm concerned about Torgal. He's a good boy. Torgal, what's wrong with you, bud?
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
Aww. He's so cute.
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
I mean, maybe he just needs to go back home for a while. He's a cold climate dog. Maybe it's just too hot for him.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Slay elder antelopes in Cressida. Okay, so it's not that... Well, they keep saying nothing's wrong with him. But I mean, they're like, oh, it's not that something's wrong with him, but something's not right. But I mean, okay, well, I guess I was gonna say, wouldn't that mean something is wrong? I guess nothing's really wrong though, but he's just changed. So what they're saying is that now that he has his frost powers, now he wants a different kind of food. Man, he's still with me.
Come on. Faster.
So I thought I would always have Jill or like another party member other than Torgal, but I guess most of the time you just have Torgal.
Time to fight.
I mean, you really don't have like a party. Mostly just you and Torgal, and then sometimes it's just you. So that is kind of unusual. Oh, wrong way. In FF15, you had 3 other party members. And they were set party members. Like you never had anybody else except those 3. And then sometimes you would play, sometimes they would separate.
If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
Like there's this one part where you played as one of the other party members, or I think you play as all of them separately.
I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
But most of the time you had them in FF15. But this game, you almost never have anybody. Like at the beginning it was Sid and Jill a lot, but now I never get Jill, really. These are aggressive antelopes. I mean, as soon as I walked in, they started attacking me.
Get him.
Now, will it be enough, I wonder?
Well, definitely what he wants. He's all excited.
I say that answers my question, which means we owe the lawsman our thanks.
Aw.
You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy.
All dogs are just big puppies.
You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
Well, we got a whole bunch of those bones. The elder antelope bones. Short of slaying a behemoth or a curl bison, a minotaur, or an adamantoise, one would be hard-pressed to find a larger leg bone. If this does not satisfy Torgal's ancestral hunger, chances are nothing will. So we have to get him an elder antelope femur every time he's hungry? Hi, Rebecca. Have you played a game with harder storytelling framework than this? Final Fantasy 16. What do you mean by harder storytelling framework? Just talk to Karen, not Holmes.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
You could say that.
Oh, that's what I just said.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after. I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
Well, you have 5 for later. You're gonna need a lot more than that to feed Torgal.
Aye. Oh, nice like that. In return, you can thank Holmes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Were we? Okay, I guess we were.
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. But one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
Okay, I'm a little confused though. What is he saying? That he can use more than one icon's powers? He's like a dog or wolf version of Clive? Cavil's Fang. Even a legendary king, surrounded by the realm's greatest knights and blessed by the very heavens, would have found himself hard-pressed to unite the warring tribes of ancient Valisea. Fortunately, he had the help of his fine and trusty hound, Cavil. Slightly increases Torgal's attack potency. So I have to equip this on Clive? Is there a game with more storytelling content than Final Fantasy 16? More storytelling content. I mean, I feel like that's kind of subjective. But I would say like, honestly, like most of the Final Fantasies before this have more storytelling content. I mean, it depends on how you define like storytelling content. So I think like this game has done a very confusing job of telling its story. Like every time I get more of the story, I don't really understand what's going on. Like even just now when Tomes was talking about Torgal, I was like, okay, I don't understand. Like I feel like it's really confusing with their storytelling. But then there's certain elements that they do well. Like they connect the side quests back to the world building and the overall story, which is good storytelling.
Blackthorn.
But as for the overall storytelling, it's really confusing.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that.
So,
he's just...
in my opinion, the games with the best storytelling have been...
something I've never seen before.
The Last of Us, God of War, and Uncharted.
An odd-looking thing with a single edge blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it.
Also Chrono Trigger.
Slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah, not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
Okay, well, we had to do exactly the same thing the last time we did this for Blackthorn. He wanted to know how some kind of like leather was made. Okay, I understood. You answered. Okay. Okay, good. So I think the best, well, okay, so to expand, I think the best storytelling is like very clear communication with the player. Like if you don't understand the full picture of what's going on, like that's like extremely important to me. Like, so with games, all the games I just mentioned, like I mean, maybe there were some things I didn't understand. I mean, that's always going to happen. But like for the most part, I understood what's going on. But like every time something happens in this game, I'm always confused about like half of it. And then I have to go to all the archives and read articles on like the people, the kingdoms, like stuff that's happening. I have to like hear explanations of it like repeatedly because like I don't really understand what's going on. The way that they're telling the story, I don't really understand what's going on, which is like not very good storytelling. You know, like you should immediately like understand for the most part what is happening. Maybe if there's some small things you don't understand, like that's gonna happen, no big deal. But we should be understanding mainly what's going on. And if I have to look up 100 things every time there's a cutscene, then I'm like, okay, I think, you know, you could have done a better job with the writing and the communication.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
I think Zelda games also very good storytelling.
There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like
Well,
that.
Clive doesn't sell anything.
That's the man you want. Dalmecian bloke. Collects weapons.
So there's no way he can steal a customer from you if he doesn't sell anything.
Why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh. And he's a touch eccentric. If you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
What are you whining about? Okay, let me see. What else have I played? Mass Effect also had good storytelling, but has it been the best storytelling? I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, like, if you tell me if you ask me about storytelling, all those games I just mentioned are the first things that would come to mind. So, Stray was also a good story game. But I wouldn't say it's like as good as God of War, Uncharted, Last of Us, or Chrono Trigger. Cobra Kai, man, that was the first game I played on YouTube. Alright, Cobra Kai, Resident Evil Village. It Takes Two, Unpacking, Escape Simulator. There's no story in that. Pico Park, no story in that. Lake. Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart. Ratchet and Clank, also very good games. The best storytelling, though? I mean, it's fine. But I wouldn't... It's not like the first thing I would think of. I got God of War on my... I got God of War Ragnarok. I never played the other God of War games on stream. Played all of those before I started streaming. But yeah, like storytelling and stories are very important to me in games. That's why I mostly play single player RPGs and action adventure games. Although, I mean, I will play other games. I mean, that's not like I'm against other games. Like, I'll play, you know, like if you look at my playlist, I've played like Castle Crashers, Pico Park, Escape Simulator with my friends. I mean, I'll play like shooters and stuff. They're just not my primary.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
But I like to really like... I like to do commentary on the story and the characters. What are we gonna do? And you can't really do that when you... If I'm just playing like Call of Duty or something and doing online matches, there's nothing really to commentate.
Any more trouble and you'll be barred for life, however deep your friends' pockets might be.
Dude, they attacked me, so she's pissed at me because last time I came in here, there were some, like, I don't know, I think Waloed soldiers or something in here, and they attacked me, and then I, like, pretty much destroyed the tables and everything, and she's pissed at me for doing that, even though they attacked me.
You. Listen. I've got this theory. The Fallen. I don't think they all fell. Some of them are still living among us. You could be one of them. I could be one of them.
Oh, okay, that makes me wonder. I wonder if Ultima is a Fallen. Yes, and you mentioned keywords, communication with the player. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think, you know, writers sometimes forget that they know what they're talking about. They know the story and they know it so well that they don't think of the perspective of somebody that doesn't know it or is hearing it for the first time.
If you're hoping for a bed, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. One of our wealthier patrons has purchased the use of every room, hoping to keep out the riffraff, as he puts it.
And those are things that I think that all those games I just mentioned that's what they do so well. They're extremely clear. with the player.
reputation will be ruined. Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? No. That's just how his lordship is.
Oh, okay.
The morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen.
Oh boy, do I.
Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went?
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamil is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck. It's a wonder the Republic tolerates the existence of the bandit's bed. You would have thought a few dozen good men might put an end to the problem. Then again, what commander would want to march his troop into the Valcroy?
I mean, how can he guarantee an audience, though? Like, he could try to convince that guy to have an audience, like, oh, this guy's gonna get your stuff back. But in the end, he can't control him. Alright, this is where chocobos come in handy.
Come on.
700 yards away. Although, I guess that does sound... It sounds more than it actually is, because it's in yards. But still, having a chocobo does help. I miss the Final Fantasies where there was just like random stuff you could do, like in FF7 where you could like breed chocobos and you could go to the Golden Saucer, which was like a giant arcade place. It was like a giant like theme park arcade place. Like you could do a bunch of stuff. They had all these mini games. Oh, that's another thing that I haven't seen here. I haven't seen a mini game yet. They really don't do mini games anymore, do they? I haven't thought about a mini game in a really long time, but I'm just realizing now, like I cannot think of a game recently where you got to play mini games. So we got no puzzles, we got no mini games.
You deserve a rest.
Oh, okay. I like that there was no speaking. I just walked up and there was just attack. The innkeeper?
Over here!
Also, something else I noticed in this game is that there's no inns. You can't rest at any inns. You have to use potions. Or Torgal can cure you, I guess. Or you can level up, and I think that heals you also. But why are there no inns that you can rest at if you don't want to use your potions?
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamil.
What? How are you gonna do that? Alright, I guess he figured out a way.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed.
Oh, Wyvern.
Well,
that's what.
Wyvern,
that was like his code name at the beginning of the game.
Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, true.
Couldn't Clive have said that?
Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword.
Okay.
It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does.
What? That's impossible.
Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow.
What? That is so impractical.
Brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself. And a far more fitting...
I guess he ended up being a pretty nice guy after all.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
Are there many other collectors out there?
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield.
Oh, uncle.
And is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Very interesting that they don't have whetstones in this world. Or, well, they do, but I guess it's outside of the continents. Thundered whetstone. A slab of rock quarried on the southern continent. Its unparalleled hardness makes it perfect for sharpening blades forged from all manner of metals, from bronze to adamantite. So he said that the whetstones are only used on the outer isles. So places that we don't have access to. But it's interesting that on the two main continents, they don't use whetstones. How do they sharpen their weapons then?
Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword then?
I did better than that.
A whetstone?
Yes. But not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
Oh, so I guess they do have whetstones, just not the same ones?
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. But good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
That's what I said. It would be so impractical.
Some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valisthean steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I'll be working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
Aww.
I'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
Excalibur design draft. A diagram detailing the steps to forge a sword to rival that of a legendary king. Oh. Do they have the myth of Arthur in this world?
Clive? What do you want?
I need a bomb ember. Though modern-day plays such as The Adventures of Sir Crandall have taken to embellishing the tale considerably, historians do agree that long ago the nations of Valisthea were, for a short time, united under a single king and his band of loyal knights. Whether or not he was indeed crowned upon drawing a sword from a stone is still a matter up for debate. What? Okay, so in this world, Valisthea was ruled by King Arthur. Well, at least that was, no, it wasn't a myth, actually. It says historians. Historians agree that long ago the nations under Valisthea were united under a single king and his band of loyal knights.
And?
So not only did they have King Arthur in this world, but he was like a real person. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is go ahead and talk to Otto, because I think this will finish the quest. And then go do the other side quest.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we should force her to go visit his grave. That's not cool.
She's got to visit her old man's grave sooner or later.
What? Okay, why don't we just let her grieve in her own way?
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen. I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time. And I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
Oh boy.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. In the hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Oh, so a talent is 1 million.
5 million.
Oh my god.
Each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, Asses to wipe and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
How are you doing? I'm sorry to drag you into this, Master Clive. It's just I couldn't think who else to ask, and you're always so willing to help everyone. You watch yourself out there, all right?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense, though. If they're owed that much money, then why did they not say anything to us first? Like, why is Goat the one that found out that we owed them that much money? If we owed them 5 million gil each, they would have been coming to us, but being like, "Where is my money?" One of 3 brilliant gemstones acquired and set aside by Sid for a rainy day. Otto now deems that day to have arrived and wishes to use the rubies to pay off 3 outstanding debts to Lady Karen, Martha of Martha's Rest, and Isabel of the Vale. Oh, I can't do this side quest? Okay. Guess I have to
Mid told me she was
do this first.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Obelith, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My dear boy, my journey to Canver has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guildmasters are rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or 2, that he might keep watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impending attack. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration. Oh, so okay, so when he says, I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours, he means Mid.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the 7 High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Oh. What? Okay, so I guess I can't do the side quest right now. The dust long settled, little remains of the once bustling refuge many called home. So sometimes in these main quests, they don't let you do anything else until you finish the quest that the main quest that you're doing. But sometimes it, like now, it doesn't warn you. Oh, so Sid was buried at the old hideaway. Aww. Oh.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
I knew it. Oh, I thought that was Mid. Maybe she'll still show up.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's Tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you. But we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go?
with them. Oh, thanks, Nan.
Dude, be careful.
That, you'll break me bones, you great galoot.
Seriously.
There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goot.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
He definitely doesn't know how strong he is.
You're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
I think they should have had a scene where Mid came in after they all left and left something at Sid's grave. I think they should have made it so that she came and visited his grave on her own terms. Because I don't like that they're trying to force her. What is this? Weird science? I don't like that they're trying to force her into visiting his grave because everybody grieves differently, and if she doesn't want to visit his grave, like, you shouldn't try to force her into it. Leitney's Cleft, a narrow pass through otherwise impassable mountains, thought to have been torn from rock by the very gods themselves. Eastern Dalmekia. Okay, we finally got to the next main quest.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
Yeah. Okay, so are they gonna let me travel? Okay, they are gonna let me travel other places. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I think we're gonna finish up this side quest. And then that'll do it for the stream. I thought I'd be able to do Out of the Shadow and Onward in the same stream, but it looks like we're not going to be able to do that because we just got to Onward. Out of the Shadow was way longer than I expected. I also did a lot of side stuff. And the side quests are also getting longer.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again.
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite
Hardest of all? Not his daughter?
If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither.
No.
That, and you keep good company.
Everyone hits on Clive, huh?
I suppose I do.
Okay, so see, she didn't even care that we hadn't been paying her back.
Suppose now I have to find someone who can actually afford a star ruby.
And then she said, you could have sold this for twice what you owe me. So why didn't we do that? Like, why didn't we sell... Okay, so for one of these rubies, we could have sold it and made enough to pay 2 of them. And then we could have sold another one, I guess, and then made enough to pay... We could have made enough to pay the other one, and then, I don't know, use the money for... I'm sure they have a bunch of other stuff they need the money for. Okay. So I need to go here. And then she didn't even, like, want the ruby. She was like, okay, now I have to find somebody who will buy this. Like, this quest doesn't really make any sense.
There's talk that the glass...
Like, first of all, I was asking, like, if we owed them that much money, why did they not come to us and say, hey, you owe me this money? Seems like an amount of money that people would care a lot about.
Citizens are free to come and go as they please. Checkpoint's open to all.
And then...
It'll be on Northridge, though. When the throne moved south, most with any sense followed.
And then, as we saw, Martha didn't even care. I mean, not that we didn't give her the money, but that we were taking our time with it. And, I mean, it seemed like she was fine with being paid back at any time.
What am I going to do without sweet water and oil of talc?
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion. Oh my.
It's also kind of weird that they don't even show the star ruby.
You really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the hideaway's debt with the veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his...
Well, she's hit on Clive ever since she met him.
Tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness.
So we didn't even have to pay her back? So why do we have written down that we had to pay her back?
Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
What?
Otto had a son.
That's what I was thinking.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy.
Aww.
And blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened. Whether there was anything he could have done. But it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Go will want to know the stones were delivered, if he's still with us.
Give my regards to Otto, and tell him I do so miss his visits.
Oh, Otto visited the dame, huh? Okay, so that's why they never asked about the money. Because they wanted to just give it to us. We never actually had to pay it back. So that means Goat's stressed about this whole thing for no reason. And Otto got all pissed at him for no reason also.
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
In case you've forgotten, Twinside's under siege. So don't be surprised if they're picky about who they let in.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
I mean, why don't we just let them give us the money? Because this is for a cause that they all believe in. And we're always going to need money if we're going to actually complete our mission.
Lady Karen, Goat tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Right.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed.
You can't force that on somebody.
Shown the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not. Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
What? Who is she talking about?
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which,
Wait a minute, Goat was right all along.
Paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit, or because the filthy soul couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
Huh. I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died? 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. And having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that, on account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him, forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth. He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him.
These are the OGs of the Hideaway, I guess.
He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
Aww.
This note.
Hmm? What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went.
Well, he did in the note.
But then Why would he? Him or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction.
Oh my god, there's way too much dialogue.
I don't have to do that anymore.
The scene is going on way too long.
Would you rather goat were at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go...
Oh my god, there's more? Seriously, nobody looked at this?
Sid would have wanted you to have...
And was like, this is too long?
But that's...
This'll do me just fine. Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Oh, and the quest is called Payback.
Already have.
But not for the reasons that you thought. According to Otto, Sid never once washed his goblet, despite using it every day for both wine and small beer. I won't have said that I'm a poor host, Sid.
You, might want to give that thing a rinse. Can't claim it's what Sid would have wanted, but even he wasn't right about everything.
Clive! Here you go. Think you can help?
Okay, there's a new side quest. Okay, I'm gonna grab that other side quest later. For now, we're just gonna go back to Sid's chambers and check out the goblet. Okay, but I didn't really like how that side quest was handled. Because I don't... Okay, so first of all, Goat was right in all... He was right all along because he wrote down zeros in the ledger because all three people that gave us the money, that was never a loan. It was a donation. So they tried to refuse the ruby. But then Clive basically like forced them into taking it. And I don't like it when people make decisions for other people. That's why I didn't like it when they were trying to get Mid to go visit Sid's grave. Because if she doesn't want to do that, like, you should let her grieve in her own way. You shouldn't force her. Sid's goblet. Miraculously undamaged in the attack on the old hideaway, Otto held onto the featureless clay cup to remind him of his lost friend before giving it to Clive, knowing Sid would have wanted the proud bearer of his legacy to have it. Alright, so, yeah, I don't like it when people... Yeah. Again, that really is something that really grinds my gears. I really don't like it when people make decisions for other people, especially when, like, all three of those women said, like, oh, the money I gave you, that was donations. I don't want the money back. And then Clive was just, like, really insistent, like, no, take the ruby, take the ruby. And then Goat, like, got into so much trouble, even though he was right all along, that they never actually owed any of them anything. Only a single mother crystal remains in Storm, Drake's Tail, in the crystalline Dominion. Clive and Jill set out to breach the borders of the Dominion and infiltrate its capital, Twinside, now the besieged seat of the Holy Empire of Sambrook. Okay, we're gonna do that next time. Alright, so that is gonna do it for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid right at the beginning of my stream. Really appreciate it. Alright, so I should be back tomorrow night I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be back tomorrow night, and we'll do Onward then, and probably some more side quests. Monday night I will not be on because I have early calls now on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so most likely moving forward on Mondays and Wednesdays I will not be on. But I should be on tomorrow night. And probably Tuesday night as well. But we'll see how the week goes. Good night, Rebecca. Thank you, Seeing. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Alright, guys. I will see you in the next one. Most likely tomorrow. So look out for me then. I'm always on at the same time. I'm not always on the same days every week, but I'm always on around the same time of day. So if you want to see if I'm live, check around 8:30 p.m. Central Time. That's usually when I'm on. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you in the next one. Bye.